What's going on stream? Okay, today we are going to be maxing out the area along with the fountain. Gonna try at least to complete it. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 levels, and I have to get 30 hydro sigils. So let's see, and I'm doing a bunch of level ups today for characters too. Oh shoot, they changed a lot of this actually.
This realm is...
No, I don't want to do that.
If you ever...
Too much. Screwed up. No. Yes, I go. Oh, I go. Oh, and it is the pace. We're still gonna be trying for her weapon. I don't care how long it takes. We're gonna keep trying. Okay, I need to go. Yeah, so I'm gonna be pretty much doing this, hopefully, I think all day.
What could the children be up to?
Also, I need to do my commissions too. I'll also be doing the main story quest stuff as well. Ugh, allergies are not fun. I think I'm actually gonna get rid of this weapon.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
Let the world fly! Blaze over! Born of icy frost. Chiori's goods.
This look like his ass. You know what?
Yeah,
It's gonna be the most insane party in the.
okay, I'm good. I'm still a yokai after all. I turned them over to the guards.
Well,
Oh no, what
is there something else that you're keeping from me? Perhaps I need to reconsider how many stars.
They're easy to hang.
So,
Comes with
I'm
little
one of the
plastic
bandits,
clips
and who might that?
I appreciate your
and then little
kindness,
adhesive
but one of
backs
my
All right.
that you just
Ooh,
stick on the
dear.
back,
Well,
and you
until we
position
get through
the
Chiori's
branch however you want it.
A rival? Ooh, tear. How I've
The
often
power
learned in
supply is
boy
the.
compete.
I don't wanna lose.
Wait, Chiori, where are you going?
To teach someone a lesson. You must be tired after your long journey. Why don't you rest in my shop for a little while before heading back?
Chiori! Wait!
No, use the green.
She's gone.
Okay,
Oh
no,
no.
use the green. Here we
What should
go.
we do?
Okay, let's go in right there.
Concerned. Should we be worried
And
about Chiori?
that
Well,
what stop.
she's always been the type of person to
Oh,
face things
that
head on, but with her fiery temper, I'm just worried whatever she's about to do will fuel negative publicity about her right before the start of Fashion Week. Traveler, Paimon, could you go after her and check out the situation for me? As a formal employee of Komania Express, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to get involved.
What's up, Carlos?
Yeah, we'll take good. Well.
Also, no, you're a nerd, bro. I have an Uno reverse card in my hand. You're a nerd, dude. I'm here. I'm here, I guess. I mean, really, I am just trying to play Genshin and finish some stuff up.
Any chance you're on the clock?
So just trying to really finish this stuff because I have not really been on Genshin. I've been playing Fort.
Things have been fine. I suppose the trick. So, indeed it did.
So
I only ever hear that for not before I know what. Have I ever made it? The better.
I got a lot I gotta do today on
Are you sure
Genshin.
this is something you should be? Neither. Are you Not if I can. All right. Where is this person?
Ba, ba, ba. Hang on.
Respect must be given to the will of every creature. Each fish in the ocean swims in its own direction.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
To survive
Alrighty.
prepare for hard.
Just
See,
promise you'll start trying to keep yourself out
I
of trouble.
am just sitting here playing this.
Well,
When trouble stops coming my way, I'll be sure to get on that.
this should be the place.
You know, Chevraz,
It's just as cheap.
does Chiori have...
I'd say the uniform, but put them in a clothing.
Oh, is it because they're trying to show off or something?
Yep. People are vain as a result.
You scratch...
Exactly. And in some very... So, who got on?
Oh, so this is...
Huh? Ute.
You've heard of him?
Yep. He's made trouble for Chiori, so he's back.
Whoa, what?
I just meant that Uter's done for.
Chiori?
Because this is probably...
What are you doing? Stay away from me!
Has anyone ever taught you the definition of stupidity?
Huh?
Stupidity is doing the same meaningless thing over and over again. It appears you've forgotten what I told you before. So, allow me to refresh your memory. Lay off the dirty tricks. Oh, and if you dare lay your hands on my friend again, you can expect a far less pleasant landing next time.
Chiori?
Officer, an assault's in progress! Please, officer, you've got to do something!
Of course. I'll do my utmost to investigate the situation. Unfortunately, I was chatting with this traveler and seemed to have missed what happened. Not to worry, though. If you'd allow me to search the scene, I'm sure I'll be able to collect some useful evidence. You don't mind, do you? There's nothing in there that would...
Forget it. It wasn't that big of a deal.
Ms. Chiori, I must also ask you to refrain from engaging...
Apologies, officer.
Carlos, are you still watching,
Just
bro?
used to tossing out any trash I come across on the
Are you
streets.
still here, dude?
You...
Is there anything else either of you have to say for yourselves?
That's all from me. I sincerely hope that today's events will never happen again.
We'll see about that.
Whoa! That scared the heck out of Paimon! How did he just go flying out like that? You're too kind.
Now's not the time to be accepting compliments.
Oh, not if I could. I started with a verbal warning, but he displayed neither shame nor remorse. If anything, he kept running his mouth with insults and threats.
Insults and threats so bad that he deserved to be tossed out like a sack of trash?
Believe it or not, they were that bad. He deserved to get knocked down a peg. It's the only way to get him to stop.
You could have reported him to the guards.
Oh, I will. But it'll take some time for them to gather evidence. And he denied that he ever had anything to do with those bandits. I don't want anything else to happen during Fontaine Fashion Week. On top of that, if Kirara is going to continue delivering goods for me, the least I can do is guarantee her safety. Oh, that reminds me. There is another favor I'd like to ask of you today.
What a shame. I believe you've already used up your favor quota for the day.
Have I? Well, it's a good thing I was planning on taking an advance on tomorrow's quota then.
Don't you think you're maxed out on—
I always pay you back in info. It's just like you said.
Being skilled at something doesn't make it a hobby. Skilled at something doesn't make it a hobby.
The publishing house has released numerous works that lay out military strategy in a simple and pragmatic way. Those are my favorite.
Being skilled at something doesn't make it a hobby.
Respect must be given to the will of every creature. Each fish in the ocean swims in its own direction.
Skilled at something doesn't make it a hobby.
Every lie come true.
You were gone for an awfully long time. There's nothing to worry about. What are you talking about? The next time you need to leave with that sort of escort. I'm being serious. Wait, I've already spoken to the captain of the Special Patrol. As discussed, there's really no need. Well, it'll also show those guys what'll happen. Well,
with the bad guys out of the way and your goods safely delivered, everything...
I believe so. I'll try to churn out a few more outfits over the next few days.
Paimon's gonna take a guess.
But of course, that's also... But isn't your brand already really famous? Even so,
Well...
it's still not famous. Alternatively, of course.
Well, if that's your dream, Cherry, then we should do... Oh, what is...
Why don't you come to my
Oh, so we get...
seeing them off the rack? Well,
Sounds easy enough.
no, if you like them though. They marched folk. They took care to clear the. I even heard that Navi.
Sounds like Navi,
My thoughts exactly.
You know,
I suppose that's why we're. Navia has a certain. That same spirit is.
it's like finding the.
Indeed.
Huh. And here.
Fashion is about.
Oh, yeah.
Indeed.
Set them up.
Just carefully organized.
Whoa, they're sure.
Well then, I'll leave the displays.
So, we just need to put all the clothes with similar styles together, right?
Not bad. You might just have. Anyway, over here, stand still. I'll take your measurements first. Excuse me, Miss Chiori. Oh, good morning, Leanne. How have you been? Your gown will be ready. Oh. But you can keep the deposit. Don't worry about. It's all right. Thank you. Don't worry about it.
Is it just Paimon or...
It's not a big deal. These things happen every. A family emergency. Judging from the look on her.
Well, guess this...
That's true.
Is Miss Chiori in?
I am. How can I help you?
I'd like to.
Oh.
It's just,
Is there something about it?
no need, you.
And I'd be happy.
Is Chiori here? I'd like to return.
Another...
Is there some sort of. Surely the entire.
What kind of brag are you trying to sell us? Please calm down.
Oh...
Haven't you heard? Chiori, a boutique.
And just who?
Well, you tell us.
I've been transparent. If a little hearsay and baseless slander are enough to convince you.
You.
Elof! Miss Chiori? Go outside and help these customers with their return. And once you're done, got it.
Chiori...
They couldn't be more The real goal here is
If you say so...
the best way to respond.
Miss Chiori, bad news!
Oh, for the love of.
It's our accessories supplier. They just sent word.
What? No.
Yes, that's.
And what about the model?
I think.
Even the suppliers believe those...
Is the messenger still?
No, they've already left.
So, no accessories...
Not just that.
But, if you...
Alof, you stay and watch the shop.
Yeah, and we can...
Thank you. In that case.
Hey, traveler, Paimon.
Oh, Paimon knows that voice!
Over here. To borrow one of the more popular turns of phrase at the moment, this appears to be
You can say that. Wait, Paimon's... Oh,
Yep, along with most of the other members of the House of the Hearth. You may have noticed Poisson seems a bit more...
So you're saying nearly the entire organization has moved to Poisson? Sounds like you've run into way more than just a...
Since the two of you are so curious, perhaps I can fill in the gaps.
You scared Paimon half to death!
Father, you're here.
No need to be nervous. I could sense your genuine concern from your conversation just... Of course, I can also understand your confusion. Sending so many Fatui here to Poisson, it's only natural that some might suspect an ulterior motive to be involved. I understand. I'm well aware you've had your fair share of confrontations with the Fatui in the past, and I can't exactly guarantee that we'll remain on good terms in the future. As for right now, however, I would say we have little reason to be at odds, wouldn't you agree? The House of the Hearth could stand to be more open with those who have worked so closely with us in the past. As for the issue at hand, well, it hardly relates to any ulterior motive. To be frank, it all stems from a certain rumor circulating around the House of the Hearth. It's
What?
A rumor that a certain phantom child is hiding away in the House of the Hearth.
A phantom child?
A spirit that should have long ceased to exist is lurking in the shadows of the House of the Hearth. So I decided to bring the children to Poisson before continuing to investigate the situation. If you're curious, or if you still have some concerns, it might be advisable to stick around for a few days. I'm sure the children would be exceedingly pleased. Lenny, I'll leave you to entertain our guests. I have some matters to...
Of course, Father. It has long been a dream. You're quite well... If you're willing, what... Of course. Let's go.
Next on the agenda...
We rented this house from one of the locals to use as a temporary base. I'll come back later and tidy up a bit. After that, it should be all ready for you to stay in tonight.
Awesome, thanks! So, where are we off to now?
Well, when I happened to run into you two earlier, I was actually in the middle of distributing some supplies. With this many people staying in Poisson...
Okay, we'll come... There are all sorts of... But now that we
Well, you're more...
Lenny! We're finally here. The supplies.
Brought them with me? Hello?
It's the Traveler in Paimon!
No way!
Come here, everyone! Hurry! The Traveler and Paimon are here!
One at a time, please. Don't crowd around them all at once. We don't want to scare off our guests.
Oh, it's over!
Of course! Father and Lenny have told us...
Father told us about how you helped Lenny. According to her, you're a trustworthy friend. And as far as she's concerned, that's pretty much the highest compliment we've ever heard her give. As you can imagine, everyone's been very curious about you.
I heard the Traveler is so strong that...
I heard Paimon eats so much that she can clean out the entire pantry at Hotel de Boer in just 3... Wait a second! That's the rumor you heard about Paimon? Oh, not cool at all!
Oh, wait! When guests visit, you're supposed to give them gifts and
Oh, we don't need something like that. Besides, we don't have anything to give. Come on, we insist. I can give you some of my new potions. Just pick your poison. And by that, I mean medicine or actual poison. Huh?
Or maybe Shaplo can teach you guys about stealth! He's super good at it! He's Never been caught.
Ah, now that's not a bad idea. I know you usually prefer to fight head on, but it never hurts to expand your bag of tricks, right? I was poisoned not too.
Wait, but those are the best. Ooh, how about this? Tell me the name of someone you really annoy.
All right, Fold, Selwar. I think you don't need a physical gift to make our guests happy. In fact, pestering them with suggestion after suggestion might make them more annoyed than anything. I would say your enthusiasm has certainly gotten across.
Really? Awesome! It's been so long since we have had. Yeah, especially if it's poison or something. I've got all sorts of.
Well, we'll.
All right, see you later.
Lenny, about all that poison and stuff
Scared you, did it? That kind of talk comes with being part of the House of the Hearth. When Foltz was really young, he strangled all of his family pets, just out of curiosity. He was labeled a dangerous problem child and was abandoned by his family. Elwar has an unnatural obsession with potions. Father has forbidden her from trying all the different concoctions she comes up with, but she still tries to test them in secret. You really have to keep an eye on that one. Chaplot is around my age. While I'm mainly responsible for collecting intelligence, he handles surveillance. He's very passionate about his work and has no reservations about taking on some very difficult missions. I know you two probably aren't used to that kind of talk, but I can promise you they only had the best of intentions. Things like stealth tactics and developing different poisons, they really mean a lot to them. They were just trying to share the best of what they could offer, that's all.
It's so nice to de-stress.
Filial, supplies are here.
Thanks. And who are these two? Outsiders?
Allow me to introduce you. This is the Traveler and Paimon.
Oh, you're the famous duo It's nice to meet you.
Of course! We're making our.
Oh.
You must be pretty familiar with.
Oh, this is the first.
It seems like it's.
Oh, and? After this mission.
Oh,
Is it just Paimon?
I heard that.
Oh,
I'm guessing you're referring to.
I bet those crazies are.
That's enough, Philly.
Don't talk about family members behind their back, right?
Guess this is goodbye then. If you ever have some time, we should go see the.
Well, that's it for the supplies.
well, they didn't seem too happy with each other. Seems like there could be something more going on here. You're right. We're only here as guests. Oh, Lenny's getting.
So, what do you think of the members you've met so far? Well, Father is always encouraging us to be strong-willed and independent. So if there's one thing we've got, it's people who aren't afraid to speak. Well, I should probably get...
Of course!
Then let's head out and... Huh? Fremine, what are you doing here?
Fremine, nice to see you!
Oh, you too.
We were just going to make... Were you looking for... Yeah, we've got some left over.
Some food.
No problem. Give me a second here. Food... What? Wait a minute. What do you need all of those for? You're not on any missions as far as I'm aware, and you were just going to come eat with us.
I thought I'd grab an extra portion because I get hungry at night.
Fremine, you remember what I told you? You're not like me. Your lying skills still need... Tell me what's going on. Is it really bad enough that you have to keep it?
Maybe
Huh. This is the first time I've seen that kind of look on your face. Whatever.
Just a...
We're way behind schedule.
you're back! Oh, and you've...
Hello, my name's...
Hi, Lenny. I'm also a child of the House of the Hearth, just like you. You can call me Clairvy.
Clairvy?
It's nice to meet you. Does that name ring any...
No, not at all. That's not a name we have on our roster, I'm sure of it. What I'm not sure of, though, is how she managed to sneak in. She must be the phantom child Father's been searching for. From the looks of it, I'm guessing you were the one that found her, Fremine. You,
No, I haven't told anyone.
For how long?
About...
So ever since we got to Poisson, then. Do you have any idea what you're doing?
I know what I'm doing.
Really? 'Cause from where I'm standing, it looks like you're hiding the very person Father has been trying to find. If Father finds out about this, everyone involved is going to be punished. You know the rules of the house, Fremine. I know you do. Father doesn't tolerate any form of betrayal. So
I've thought it through. And I just can't hand her over like that. Linny, don't you remember last year? Sheplo nearly died after getting poisoned during that one mission. He wasn't able to get back before the poison started taking effect. And not a single that night, while I was sleeping, I heard a voice telling me to go save him. I opened my eyes, but I couldn't find the source of the voice. I thought maybe I was... That feeling of being haunted, of hearing voices. It's happened many times in the House of the Hearth.
So what you're saying is... that was her? She was the one who...
Unless there are other spirits roaming around the House of the Hearth. If Clairvy were our enemy, it wouldn't matter whether she was a spirit or an actual child. I would have acted without a second thought, because that's what Father ordered us. But she's been living with us, helping us from the shadows all this time. I couldn't just hand her over to be dealt with. Not when there's...
So what's your plan then? You can't keep her here forever. Someone is bound to find out if...
I haven't thought that far yet. I don't want to disobey an order from Father, but I also don't want to put
Come with me. There are a couple things I'd like to say to you.
Those two sure care a lot about each other. Well, they got a funny way of showing it. From where Paimon was floating, it sure seemed like they were about to bite each other. No way! They have a really deep bond. I could tell right away, because I also have a friend like that. I just don't know how long that kind of bond can last. The darkness in the house runs deeper than you can imagine. No one can get out alive.
I'm sorry, Lenny.
Oh, really? You didn't mean to? 'Cause I, for one, wish you did.
Huh?
You know, when we were younger, you didn't call me Linny. You called me brother, just like Lynette. We grew up together, the three of us. We were all orphans, all rescued by father. Of all the siblings in the House of the Hearth, I think our bond was the close. Later on, when you started calling me Linny, I wasn't actually surprised. After all, Lynette and I are related by blood. We've had to depend on each other to survive long before we...
Lenny,
The darkest and most difficult moments of my life happened before you and I had ever met. I'm sure that's true for you as well. Even so, Fremine, we've stood by each other for all these years now, and to me, you and Lynette are the most important people in my life. No one can replace you. So I won't let you face anything alone.
Oh, looks like things are getting kinda heated between Lenny and Fremine. Oh, it's raining. I should put my clothes away. Hey, you two! Hope we aren't. Oh, wait a minute, Fremine. You're not crying, are you? Is everything alright?
everything's fine.
Well, we're all friends here, right? We've been through so much together, so if there's any.
It's just a small family dispute. It's not something our guests should trouble themselves with. In fact, it might be better if your stay ended here.
What are you getting at, Traveler?
When guests are around, families are often on their best behavior. And any disputes are less likely to escalate. I just... Thank you. I was really hoping to keep you out of it. But even if I could think of some other reason to turn you away, I'm not sure I could convince you.
Me too.
Well, back to the matter at hand then. If we don't plan on handing Clairvy over to Father, then our only other option is to solve the mystery of her identity before Father is able to track her down. That means finding out where she came from and what she's doing here. Then we can send her on her merry way and pretend like
I've tried that already.
And?
And... nothing. I tried taking her somewhere really far away, but... after some time, she just reappeared. She even came with us all the way to Poisson. It seems like wherever the house is, she follows.
I don't know much about spirits.
Let's see here. Paimon remembers hearing something like, if you fulfill a spirit's last wish before they died, they'll let go of whatever's keeping them here and return to the ley lines. Oh, it's just that Paimon doesn't really remember where she heard that, so...
Well, sounds like it's worth a shot. Guess that means we should go ask her about her wish. But first, Fremine.
What is it?
I need you to promise me that this will stay between the two of us. We're the masterminds behind this whole thing. No one else gets involved.
Of course.
All right. Then let's seal the promise just like when we were kids. Fist bump on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I swear.
Whoa!
Lynette!
But what a surprise! What brings you here, dear sister? And, when exactly did you get here?
You're an idiot, brother. And you too, Fremine. You 3, Traveler. And you 4, Paimon.
Wait, what did we do?
I've seen Clairvy around the House of the Hearth before.
I hadn't seen her in Poisson, so I figured she must not have come with us. But it turns out you were just hiding her. I heard you talking about your plan. Rather than steering clear of the situation, I'd rather fully join in. If you don't agree, I'll have no choice but to report everything back to Father. Simple as that.
You're not giving us much wiggle room here. Well, I guess we're all in this together then. After we talk to Clairvy, we'll figure out our... There's no time to lose.
I'm full. Thank you for bringing me this food, you guys. She said she's full, but the food doesn't look like it's even been touched.
That's right. Based on what I've been able to observe, it doesn't seem like Clairvy can interact with the physical. Still, when she's presented with food, she'll always linger around it for a good little while. Maybe, in her mind, she really is eating those things.
Does she know that she has already passed away?
I've tried to ask her, but she didn't answer. My guess is that she's just as confused as we are. Or... maybe she couldn't understand the
Clairvy, if you've got some time, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Sure. Oh, another new friend.
Hello.
Clairvy, how did you join the House of the Heart?
Huh? Isn't it the same for everybody? A knave brings you here and then you can't leave.
It's just that your name, it's not on the roster. And I've never seen you before.
The roster? Oh, I get it now. I think there might be some things you don't know about this place. The people in charge, they're not as nice as they look. They say they keep a roster, but it's not complete. There are a lot of people who aren't on it, and never will be. In this house, some people are family, and other people are just test subjects. Those kinds of people aren't ever going to get a place on the roster. Unless it's the roster of people who've been executed.
Wait, does that mean the knave...
Is there anyone that can vouch for you?
Perry. She's my best friend. She's the only one I trust in this place.
Have either of you heard of that?
No.
Me neither.
Clairvy, Perry. Neither of those names, but it seems like she's telling the truth. Either that, or this kid's already got a bag of tricks bigger than mine. Maybe we should try a different approach. Clairvy, do you have a wish?
Wish?
It can be anything you want. Just imagine, it's your birthday, you're blowing out the candles, and your wish is...
To go outside, where the sun can find me.
That's it? Well, that sounds easy enough.
The darkness in the house runs deeper than you can imagine. No one can get out alive.
Okay, time to divide and conquer. I'll try and find a way to use basic illusory magic to take Clairvy outside and bring her somewhere with sunlight. Lynette, try and find the list of executions that Clairvy was talking about, and see if her name is on it. Fremine, you stay in Poisson. We can't be the only ones who've had run-ins with Clairvy. I need you to collect intel on everything she's said and done.
Understood.
I'll try my best.
What about us?
I really appreciate your willingness to help, but this is a family matter. Let me think. Since Father considers you to be guests, maybe you could stick by her side for a little while. You don't need to do anything except keep up some nice, casual conversation.
Ah, Paimon gets it. You want us to distract her.
I'll give you a magic bird. If Father suspects something, all you need to do is release it when she's not looking, and it'll alert me that something's wrong. Of course, that's only as a last resort. If Father doesn't seem to notice us, there's no need to make contact. We'll reconvene here tonight after all's said and if the worst case scenario happens and we're discovered, just tell Father everything. We're not going to let our guests get punished for our own actions. That's where we draw the line. You too. I really hope this goes well. No, it has to go well.
It's the knave! And... child! Hey! Aren't you supposed to be in Snezhnaya recuperating?
Oh, it's you two. I didn't expect to run into you here. I was unconscious for quite a while after the fight in the Primordial Sea. After I woke up, I realized I was being taken back to Snezhnaya. I couldn't have that now, could I? Not when I've still got unfinished business here in Fontaine. So, I mustered up all my strength and made the journey back on my—
What sort of unfinished business?
I really wanted to meet up with her, but by the time I got back, she had already left. I still have so many questions for her. Without any other leads, all I could do was ask the knave to help me track her down. She must have left behind some traces from her time in Fontaine.
Oh, okay, so...
Unfortunately, no. While the House of the Hearth is adept at collecting all manner of intelligence, certain
going to be found. But that problem has an easy fix. I just need to become stronger, and then...
Paimon thinks you should focus on getting...
The worst of it is over. It's all thanks to that one kid from the House of the Hearth. Elwar, I think her name was. She gave me a bunch of random potions to drink. They didn't go down easy, let me tell you. Pain and chills all over. But they really did help speed up my recovery. And that's good, because it looks like I really do have to head back this time. The old man's been putting the pressure on me. He sent someone to tell me I'm needed for some sort of
Project Stuja?
Yeah, that's the one. I heard Regrader's involved too. I'm not looking forward to having to listen to all his monologuing, that's for sure. Hey, maybe you could think of a way for me to stay in Fontaine for a little longer. Helping Linny and the others brush up on their fighting skills would be far more interesting. If you and I could spar.
Besides, considering how little they see fit to step outside the homeland, being called on to return to Snezhnaya by such illustrious dignitaries, what a great honor. Wouldn't you agree?
One I could do with...
Is it just Paimon? Or does it kind of seem like they're...
So, dear guests of the House of the Hearth, to what do I owe the visit?
Well, we just... Right! We're super close to Linny and the others, but we still don't know much about you!
Is that so? Introductions have already been made, have they not?
Well, you see, there's only so much you can learn about someone from a short introduction. At least tell us something a little extra, like, why do you call yourself father?
Good question.
The fact that you have to ask tells me our intelligence work has been quite successful. Telling you the answer to that question would only serve to undermine that success. And we can't have that. Now can we?
Spoken like a true diplomat. That was some expert sidestepping right there.
Well, if there's nothing else, I think I'll take my leave. I still have a small matter to resolve at home.
Wait, don't go!
I've met some of the members of your organization, and they all seemed like really good kids. They actually reminded me of Tonya and Tusser, which, by the way, If you ever betray them, I'm just letting you know, I won't let you off easy.
And why would I betray them?
Well, you've already betrayed the House of the Hearth once, haven't you? At least, that... Okay, I admit. That's just what the old man told me. The rooster, I mean.
Wait, did you really do something bad to those kids?
Never mind what I've done. I'm more curious as to what the mighty rooster had to say. Care to enlighten me?
Well, nothing much. Just some stuff about you taking out many other members of the House of the Hearth, and even going so far to attack your own family. Oh, based on your reaction, I'm guessing it's all a bunch of lies.
Hardly. I don't appreciate his particular turns of phrase, but I suppose he didn't say anything untrue. Although, it would be more accurate to say that there is a certain level of prejudice involved. But I don't intend to clear that up just yet. Prejudice has a funny way of concealing the real truth behind certain things. And call yourself a Fontanian, for example, and people will assume all sorts of things, when the real truth is that this is simply the land where I was raised.
Huh? You're not actually from Fontaine? But then, why did you try to help out with the prophecy and—
I was trying to protect the children born in Fontaine. Claiming that I myself was a Fontanian simply made it easier to operate. People would hardly suspect a fellow Fontanian of having any ulterior motives. Who wouldn't want to save? The primordial sea wouldn't have any effect on me, but it would have caused great harm to the House of the Hearth. Well, you wanted extra information, didn't you? There you go.
So, you stayed in Fontaine for the kids. I guess I was wrong to believe you'd betray them. Apologies.
Good. Like I said.
Actually, while I was recuperating at the House of the Hearth, there was something else that I heard that members always resolve disputes and arguments with a friendly spar, and the loser has to back down. Seems pretty cool if you ask me. Would also give them plenty of opportunities to hone their...
Well, that's only a recent development. In the past, such spars weren't nearly so... friendly. The losing party would lose everything, including their life.
They were that high stakes?
Well, the current atmosphere's not half bad. I'm a bit jealous, actually. You've got so many family members around you, and you even get to live with them.
Having a lot of family around means dealing with a considerable amount of bickering and scheming. Once Tonya and Tusser enter their rebellious phase, I'm sure you'll understand. Just imagine. Tusser becomes obsessed with plucking out strands from the rooster's mustache, or Tonya decides to dye her hair 42 different colors.
Okay. I get the picture. Well, would you look at the time? I should probably get going. Traveler, Paimon, I'm not sure where our paths will cross next, but the next time we run into each other, we should definitely try and find some time to spar.
Again, maybe this is a conversation we can have when you look less like you're gonna keel over.
All right. Well, thanks for everything, Arlecchino.
No thanks necessary. You also played a part in obtaining the Gnosis. I would say we can call ourselves even.
I like the sound of that. Well, I'm off.
We should probably get going too. Do you wanna—
Oh? You want me to leave so soon?
Well, you see,
I'm rather enjoying the evening breeze. If you don't mind, I think I'll stick around for a bit. I have some things to think about. Apologies for not attending to you like a proper host. Please forgive this slight. I do hope you'll have a pleasant stay.
we managed to keep her distracted until nightfall. Good thing Child was there to keep the conversation going. You don't think she suspected anything, do you? Oh, I wonder if...
Well, long story short, we ran into a small issue. Clairvy can't go into the sunlight. Everything was fine at first. She followed me up to the surface. But as I led her out of the shadows and into the sunlight, she vanished. I turned around and there she was, standing at the edge of the shadows, silently watching me.
Huh. Maybe she's afraid of sunlight, or... No, it wouldn't be her wish if that were the case. Well, we could always try pushing her into it. Oh, true.
I've pretty much tried it all already. Nothing worked. Eventually, the sun went down, so all I could do was bring her... How did it go with you?
Good. I've got the list. It's right.
Really? Well, what are we waiting? Oh, that's a lot of pages. Oh, it's gonna take forever to get through.
We can each take a section. Here.
La Pouillade, l'endroit, Chambert. Oh, yikes. That Aurora guy has a huge scar on it.
Ah, I've met him before. The scar is from an injury he received during a mission. I still remember him.
Did he say...
Well, I asked if there... It was only later that...
Wait, so that...
It may seem cruel, but it's just one of the rules. Betrayal is not to be taken lightly. We know too many secrets to come and go as we please. So, if you do try to leave... Her name's not here, huh? Well, that's not too surprising. It doesn't seem like this list is complete. It only contains records dating back around 5 years. Let's shift our attention then. Fremine, were you able to find anything out? Fremine...
Sorry. I managed to talk to quite a few people, but I couldn't help but notice that the atmosphere in the house was a little...
strange.
Yeah, I mean, I know there have been arguments in the past, times when people haven't gotten along. Chaplot and Filiol are a good example.
Oh, those are two of the people that we met while delivering supplies.
That's to be expected, actually. Father brought us all here, shared her knowledge with us, taught us how to fight. That's one thing we all share. But that's also where the similarities end. Not all of us feel the same desire to stay here. As members of the House of the Hearth, we're also considered part of the Fatui. And to a lot of people, that's an identity they never asked for. Certain members get older and realize they want something else for themselves. But considering the rules of the house, most people would never say that out loud. People like Chaplot and Foltz are loyal to Father and her vision. They're proud to be part of the Fatui. Filiol and Nantoy, on the other hand, well...
These kinds of conflicts have always been there. It's not like Father is in the dark about any...
Well, that's true. I can't say for sure.
You think she's been...
No. She's told me about it before.
And they just...
Clairvy's word.
Whoa. What's this project?
Sorry, but I'm not sure of the... I only know what Father has told... Because the House of the Hearth was so successful in...
Wait, but is it...
Key role is... Father thinks so too. It's just that...
Okay, super...
External pressure has a way of exacerbating internal strife. I thought resolving the Clairvy situation would make everything go back to... But it looks like things are...
We can only focus on one situation at a time.
You're right. Well, Lynette, you stick with me this time. Fremine, keep a close eye on Filiol and the others. Good work today, everyone. Have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
She's even scary when she smiles. If she were to actually get angry... You have to protect Paimon if that happens, okay, Traveler? for travel. Look! Look over there! Quick! Let's catch up with her before anyone sees. Over there! Oh, where is she going? Oh, if someone sees her, we're toast. Oh, look! She stopped! Clearvy! Shh! I opened the window while no one was looking. Look how pretty the outside is. If only I could have more than this. You probably think I'm being silly, huh? All this hopeless resisting. It's better to dream of what I could have than try to make it a reality, right? Please, help us get on the same page here, Clary. We need you to tell us what you know. Sure. Although, after you hear all this, I think you might regret that decision. Everyone in this family is nothing more than a tool. Something to be used and exploited. We're all expendable. As long as you're useful, you get to stick around. Lose your value. You're handed over to the doctor, experimented on, and given a fate worse than death. I've seen it happen again and again, and I've had enough. You're saying the knave did all that? It's just, that doesn't seem like something she would do. She's scary and all, but it seems like even I knew you wouldn't believe me. Everyone thinks she's a good person. They all think of her like a real mother. Mother? But she doesn't deserve that title. She's disgraced it and tarnished it. And if I had things my way, I'd never see her again. If only Perry were here, she'd understand. Perry? Also, Paimon's getting a strain. It almost feels like she's not really here with us. Paimon can't tell if she's actually talking to us or if she's mistaken us for someone else. Well, in any case, it seems like she really needs someone to talk to. She looks so young, but it seems like she's been through a lot. It's getting windy. I should close the window. Ooh, look at the moon. Isn't it pretty? Hey, wanna hear a secret? I heard that if you look up at the night sky in Shenanigan, you can see the aurora. It's supposed to be super pretty. Even prettier than the moon tonight. Perry and I promised each other that once we're older, we're gonna go see it together. But I can't find her. I'm worried she's also been... No, that wouldn't happen to her. She's special. Mother likes her a lot. I should really go talk to Mother, but we just fought. She doesn't want to see me. And what should I do? Paimon really doesn't understand what's going on. Well, let's head back. We've got an...
All right, looks like we're all here. Let's go ahead with the plan.
Oh? What is it?
What makes you ask that?
Well, we kinda ran into Clairview last night. We met the doctor back in Sumeru. He's super dangerous. and he's done all sorts of bad things.
It's possible that Father and the Doctor have had certain dealings, but I don't think Father would work with him. We're not really on the same side, so there's not a lot of trust between them. That doesn't exactly set the stage for a successful partner. I did hear, though, that when Father first became a Harbinger, the Doctor offered to work with the House of the Hearth. Father rejected most of his proposals, except for one. It had to do with...
Secret experiment? Could that be?
I don't think so.
I don't know any details about the experiment itself, but I do know it's an entirely independent operation. The Doctor only proposed a direction for the research. That was the extent of his involvement. I still don't think that counts. The details of the experiment are confidential, but complete records are kept on all participants. That doesn't seem to be the case with the situation Clairvy referred to. I know you don't agree with some of the Fatui's methods, and I'm not asking you to. But I am asking you to trust us on this. The House of the Hearth has its own principles. There are certain lines we're not willing to cross.
Alright, that's good. Clairvy seems to think the Knave and the Doctor worked together to do something horrible. If that turned out to be true, Paimon doesn't know how he would even... It's just that... It doesn't seem like the easiest thing to do would be just ask the Knave directly, but... Paimon doesn't think she'd tell us.
Father didn't come back last night. She's probably still near the shore. We'll be... Lynette, you're with me. Fremine, you know what to do. Be on your guard if... All right.
Next on the agenda, healthy...
Ah, it's you two again. I must say, you look a bit pale. Did you have trouble? Perhaps if you had less on your mind, you'd be able to absolve yourself of such. So what are you planning to do now? Catch up on some sleep? Or should I give you some time to rack your brain for a topic to discuss before I ask any question? Although I must profess to being curious. Without child here, how do you plan on distracting me?
Us? Distract you? A good one. But no, we were
Looks like you could have used some extra time to think. No matter. If you don't have any other plans, why don't you accompany me? Don't worry. I'll be sure to steer clear of any scheming children.
The ocean breeze is sure nice today.
Children always think they can hide things from the grown-ups. But nothing gets past me. Least of all a little scheming. I think I'll let them have at it for a little longer. I can be very patient. Well, I'll leave you to think things over. If you're so inclined, meet me outside the Palais Mermonia. Good things come to children who do as they're told. So I do hope you decide to tag along. If only for your friend's sake.
What should we do? She clearly knows about everything we've been doing, and Paimon doesn't think it'd be a stretch to say she was threatening us just now. Oh, good idea. Well, we should probably head to the Palais Mermonia. Paimon doesn't want to find out what happens if we don't show up. Based on what the knave was saying just now, it sure didn't seem like it'd be anything good. Okay, then we
Seeing as we still have some time before my meeting, we might as well enjoy some I'm glad to see you get along with my children. Being surrounded by good companions is necessary for a child's development.
You're not planning on doing—
I assume you're referring to Lenny, Lynette, and— although, there's that situation with Filial and Nentoy as well. It appears quite a few people have been acting out lately. No matter. I'm not one to discriminate. All those who betray the house meet the same fate.
Does that mean you're going to kill them?
Oh, are you here to beg for their lives? I'm sorry to disappoint, but the rules of the house change for no one. In my organization, everyone is—
But don't you care about them at all? They really respect you. They even call you father. You must feel—
Any organization in which feelings come before principles is one destined for ruin. The House of the Hearth is hardly an exception. You could say our principles are more strict. Perhaps I can offer you this consolation at least. As our guests, you two will not be held accountable along with them. I would imagine Linny, Lynette, and Fremine will be able to keep their love. As for Filial, Nentoy, and the others, I'm afraid there's little I can do. They can try to escape, but once you know our secrets, there's no getting out alive.
But that's awful.
Ah, you seem concerned. Out of consideration for my guests, I suppose I could turn a blind eye for a little longer. If Linny and the others manage to dispose of Clairvy in the meantime, all evidence of their wrongdoing will be lost. In that case, I could hardly punish them for something I couldn't. If their efforts are unsuccessful, on the other hand, all will be held accountable. And the punishment will be severe. Of course. Oh, and here, I believe this belongs to you. Do try and keep better track of it next time. It takes a considerable amount of time to train a bird like this. It would be such a pity if you were to lose—
Wait, where did you get that?
Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have. I asked you to meet me here because I have business at the Palais Mermonia. It has nothing to do with you, but I think it would be prudent for you to stick by my side for the time being. There will always be time later to run off and tell Linny what you've— Well, time to go. Looks like we wrapped things up just in time. It's been a while, Monsieur Neuvillette, I must say. I wasn't expecting my meeting request to be approved quite so quickly. The Palais Mermonia operates with an efficiency worthy of admiration.
It is only right that an esteemed diplomat such as yourself should be afforded the proper level of respect. Although, if I may speak plainly, I must confess that I did not anticipate we would have the occasion to meet again after presenting you with the Gnosis. I see you brought the Traveler and Paimon with you as well. If I may inquire as to the purpose of your visit...
I'll be departing Fontaine shortly. There is, however, an outstanding matter that I would like to see resolved. It requires a rather lengthy explanation, I'm afraid. So I took the liberty of explaining everything in this proposal. Please...
I understand your request. However, at the risk of causing offense, I must admit that I fail to see why you would wish for such a thing.
I heard you have a certain fondness for water tasting, Monsieur Neuvillette, so allow me to use water as an analogy. A family is like a large body of water with countless rivers flowing in. As someone who watches over this system, I would hope that each river that flows from the source will eventually reach the ocean. Of course, objectively speaking, I know this is impossible. Most of the rivers will dry up along the way, disappearing into the ground and leaving nothing but a barren riverbed. Not all rivers are destined to reach the ocean, but I would not see their existence rendered meaningless. I believe the water that flows within them is simply meant for a different destination, like a field in...
Did you get any of that, Traveler?
Your words paint an optimistic picture indeed. Allow me to remind you, however, few among us are willing to sip from a glass filled with tainted water.
It may have been tainted at one point in time, but not to worry. I'll make sure it's strained of all impurities and returned to its cleanest form.
I seem to recall there being a transactional aspect to your proposal. Perhaps you could...
If you accept my proposal, Monsieur Neuvillette, I will gradually withdraw my forces from Fontaine, and, unless absolutely necessary, I will no longer carry out any special missions within Fontaine.
I presume I can take your words to mean that, in the future, cases similar to the Tartuffe assassination will cease to...
Tartuffe? Ah, that thief who embezzled funds from all those charities, you mean? My deepest condolences to his family, but without any evidence, I cannot imagine how the House of the Hearth might have been involved in his passing. Of course, if you accept my proposal, Monsieur Neuvillette, I'm sure certain measures could be taken to reduce the frequency of such troubles.
You choose your words carefully indeed. In that case, I am inclined to accept...
My thanks for your generosity, Monsieur Neuvillette. Well, with that settled, we should be going now. I took the liberty of bringing along 2 bottles of spring water from Snezhnaya for you to enjoy. I do hope I get the chance to hear your impressions. Perhaps at our next meeting, yes?
Indeed. I trust you would not overlook your commitment in the meantime.
All right, Traveler Paimon.
What exactly were you talking about? Paimon only heard you mention some rivers, a large body of water.
You really want to know? I would imagine there might be more...
Winnie, Paimon really hopes everything's going okay. Oh, Paimon recognizes that look. You've got your thinking cap on, don't you, Traveler?
Oh, shoot. Are you... Oh, jeez. I'm so sorry. I was so focused on selling these papers, I wasn't looking where I was going. Well, let me make it up to you at least. Here, take this paper.
Oh, you don't have to give us any.
Please, I want to. It's not like I'm short on supply. All the extras will be useless come tomorrow anyway. It's my fault, really. I was just trying to bring home some extra mora for the family, but I bit off more than I can chew. I haven't had many takers today, so I'm still swimming in
What's going on here?
Nothing much. I just ran into your friend here on accident. I should probably get going, actually, so...
Hold on.
Of course, I'm happy to compensate you with mora, it's just...
I'll take 3 papers. Here, your payment.
Oh! Thank you for your patronage. May the Archons bless you with good fortune. If only I had the chance to run into such generous customers every day. I should probably just take on a smaller inventory though, right? I'm getting married soon, so sometimes it's hard to not get ahead of myself. Anyway.
Well, now that my affairs are settled, we should take the boat back to Poisson. We've even acquired some light reading to enjoy along the way.
Actually, why don't we stick around? Paimon just realized how hungry she is. She can't head back to Poisson on an empty stomach.
It appears you two are under the impression that delaying our return will somehow alter the situation in your favor. I'm sorry to ruin your fan. That being said, I could be persuaded to give Linny some extra time. I just have one. If you agree to my request, I'll even answer some of your questions. You're quite curious about Clairvy, are you not? And my relationship to her.
Wait, why are you being so generous all of a sudden? You're not gonna ask us to do something.
You overestimate yourself. You don't have the talent for bad things.
Then what can you...
The most important consideration in a negotiation is that both sides receive something they want. Demands and threats only get you so far. Wonderful. Here it is. When the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help to the House of the Hearth.
Okay, sounds normal enough. But what do you mean, when the time comes? When is that supposed to be?
That is for you to decide. Then we have a deal. Follow me.
Next on the agenda? We're way behind schedule.
What is this place?
Somewhere long forgotten by everyone. It used to be a grand building. Now it's nothing more than a pile of rubble. No one comes here anymore, nor does anyone care about what once happened here. Although, this place does have something to do with the story I'm about to tell. It was before I became a harbinger, and before Linny and the others joined the House of the Hearth. Due to certain events, I first killed Clairvy and then her mother. And this is where it all happened.
You were the one that killed Clairvy?
Patience now. Allow me to explain Clairvy's side of the story first. I'll start from the beginning. Clairvy was 6 years old when she was brought by her mother, Crucibina, to live in the House of the Hearth. From the outside, it seemed like a fairy tale. A thriving family made up of kind adults and friendly. Crucibina was the knave at that time, and the House of the Hearth was under her control. She was Clairvy's mother by blood, but she was also the mother to all the children in the house. Clairvy was happy here, for a time. But she quickly realized that being part of this family wasn't a fairy tale at all. It was a kind of purgatory.
Purgatory?
Exactly. The House of the Hearth takes in war orphans from all over Teyvat. But as for how to raise them, that depends entirely on the person in charge. Crucibina came up with a novel idea. She would teach the children to fight, force them to duel each other, and then crown as the king of the house the child who proved themselves most worthy of inheriting her title. It's difficult to estimate the number of children who died or were maimed in the process. There's little I can say about the ones who died. The ones that emerged with permanent injuries, on the other hand, well, they still served a purpose. They would be handed over to the doctor to be experimented on, or sent away on dangerous missions. Nothing more than tools to be used and then discarded.
So those were the experiments Clairvy was talking about. But what actually happened to her? You said that Clairvy was Crucibina's daughter, so if Clairvy tried to convince her to stop what she was doing, Crucibina probably would have...
Despite being Clairvy's mother, Crucibina cared little for her daughter. She forced Clairvy to join the House of the Hearth only as a means to demonstrate her own impartiality as a mother, to prove that she treated all her children equally. Clairvy did try to convince her mother to change her ways, but it was to no avail. After her efforts failed, the only other option was to rise up and try to fight back. Unfortunately, the other children had already been thoroughly indoctrinated into the illusion of happiness Crucibina had created. Of course, there was one exception. Someone Clairvy's age who knew the truth about the House of the Hearth. Her name was Peruere.
Wait, the friend that Claire...
Friend, huh? I suppose we can call her that for now. Clairvy was a cheerful and passionate person with a tenacious spirit. Peruere, on the other hand, was rather cold-blooded. Her cold-blooded nature allowed her to see through Crucibina's facade. Yet, it was also this cold-bloodedness that prevented her from acting against it. At least at first. While Clairvy longed for freedom, Peruere was convinced that, amid all the fighting and violence, she would make it until the end. Despite their differences, the two became fast friends, united by their knowledge of the truth. Clairvy told Peruere that she hoped to create a real family, where no one would be killed or sacrificed. There may have been a certain naivete to her ideas, but Clairvy proved her determination many times over. She tried countless times to run away, ask for help, or expose the truth. But her efforts only earned her beating after beating. The only thing that kept her going was her strength of will. Even with her body racked with pain, she would still stand on her tiptoes and open the window at night. She and Peruere would look out at the moon together, a fierce longing for freedom shining in her eyes.
Oh no.
Her hopelessness resulted from a culmination of things. 10 years had passed. 10 years worth of failure after failure. She and Peruere weren't children anymore, but finding any chance to escape still seemed as hopeless as ever. It was during this time that Peruere suggested a new plan. If escaping was out of the question, why not take down the very person sitting on top of this throne of lies? Mother. Her Clairvy rejected that proposal. She claimed that, as a famous harbinger, Crucibina possessed an unimaginable amount of power. Trying to kill her would have an incredibly low... Clairvy never gave another reason, but Peruere could see it written all over her face. Clairvy still thought of Crucibina as her mother. Killing her own flesh and blood was a line she couldn't bring herself to. If she couldn't escape and fight back, then only one option remained. Precisely. Death was the only way that she felt she could be free. It happened during a duel. When she arrived at the dueling ring that day, her partner turned out to be none other than Peruere, the very person that had stood by her side all those years. It was a fierce battle, but ultimately, Clairvy decided to let Peruere end her life. From that moment on, Peruere's journey was one written in flames. When the rain finally came and washed it all away, there she stood, the sole victor in Mother's endless game of slaughter. A trail of corpses strewn across her path to success. It was the very result she had predicted 10 years prior. Even then, she believed she would make it until the end. She wasn't surprised by the fact that she emerged as Mother's undisputed heir. Rather, her success left her with an inexplicable sense of she was unsettled. And there was only one thing that could quell that sensation. Perhaps you two would like to take a guess as to what it was?
Crucibina, you mean? But...
Correct. This is the place where Peruere killed her best friend. A mere year later, this is also the place where she fought tooth and nail to kill the mother they shared. The moment she acted, any conception of what was right or wrong ceased to matter. It's one of the principles of the house. Only those who survive get to right. The Peruere won the battle, and became a harbinger herself. After which Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa, bestowed upon her a new name. Arlecchino.
So the Perry Clairvy was talking about... It was you all along. You're Peruere. Arlecchino is just a name you got later.
I left that name behind long ago. I must say, hearing it now does bring back memories. After I defeated Crucibina, the moniker of Mother died with her. I chose to forego the title she called herself, and even chose to give up my own name. I rebuilt the House of the Hearth under a new identity. Not only as Arlecchino, but as father. And that is where the story ends. Any more questions?
Yeah. When she was killed. So the Clairvy we met... Was she really a spirit at all?
I suppose you could call her an illusion born of flame. Her existence is like ashes to a fire. Something left over in the wake of blaze and ruin. You see, a certain power runs through my veins. It's not unlike a curse. My flames leave behind shadows of anything they consume. Of course, the chances of those shadows morphing into a sentient entity are exceedingly slim. Clairvy is a very special case. Clairvy died when she was 16 years old, but what emerged from the flames was her 6-year-old self. Her appearance wasn't the only thing affected. Most of her memories were lost to the blaze as well. Memory is a mysterious thing indeed. Losing a portion of your memories will alter your sense of self. Lose 10 years' worth, however, and it would be like living in the past. Like returning to a version of yourself that never grew up.
No wonder Paimon got such a weird feeling when we were talking to her.
Perhaps I should put it this way. Clairvy is someone trapped in time. It may seem like she exists with us in the present, but she truly lives in the confines of her own past.
So if all of that is true, then you must have known about Clairvy for a long time.
Indeed. She's a rather volatile and unstable entity. Sometimes she would look after the children. She's even saved some of their lives. But other times, she would hide from me and become obsessed with revealing the truth about the house to anyone who will listen. Shadows don't have the capacity to learn or grow. Any new information they encounter is quickly forgotten over time. Your attempts to expose Clairvy to sunlight, they failed, yes? The reason is actually quite simple. In Clairvy's mind, the house is impossible to escape, and it is this very perception that traps her there. But no matter. All I have to do is kill her again, and all will be resolved. I don't anticipate so much as a single speck of ash will be left behind this time.
Wait! Paimon can understand why you might want her gun, but isn't there...
She must be punished. That goes for Filial and Nantoy as well. She's had quite the effect on them. I hope you understand. The difference between Crucibina and myself lies in our formulation of the rules, not our policy for enforcing them. Upholding the rules without question is a trait we both share, because that is how a household should be run.
Is this really what you want to do?
Whatever could you mean?
Don't you want to say a proper goodbye at least?
Whether as a killer or as a father, there are two things that must be avoided at all costs. Anger to my end of the deal. I give your friends quite a bit more time. As for what happens now, we'll just have to wait and see.
Here they are, Father.
You gonna execute him? Seeing something like Lenny!
I'm sorry. I heard about how you helped buy us more time, but I still failed. I couldn't find a way to fulfill her wish.
Huh? Are you... Perry?
Indeed, it's been a while, Clairvy.
Perry!
Shh, stay right there. I'm sorry to postpone our reunion, but first I believe certain scores need settling.
Father, let me explain.
Out of my way.
Father!
You chose to conceal a threat to the house. And for that, you must. Overall, however, I suppose your wrongdoing is hardly the most egregious of the bunch, so I'll deal with your punishments later. As for right now, the more pressing concerns are the traitors among us.
By traitors?
Father, let me explain. We didn't mean...
Fultz, why don't you share what you heard?
Yes, Father. Secret midnight meeting number 3. Participants, Filial, Nantoy, Sato, Toddy. Nantoy clearly said, if only Sato added, I'm sick of this life. I just want to live as a normal... Filial was the worst of them all. She called us crazies and said a bunch of mean things about Father.
I did not! You're lying! Fultz is trying to frame us.
It's not like I'm the only one who heard those things. After that, you and Toddy and a bunch of other people started talking about Clairvy. You were using all those things Clairvy brought up as an excuse to question Father. We're birds locked in a cage. The only way out is to destroy it. That's what you said, wasn't it?
You little. You just want me gone, don't you? What did I ever do to you, huh? And you, Sheplo, have you forgotten who stood by your sickbed, watched over you, and changed your dressings? Come on, let's hear it then. What's your reason for all this?
You're wrong, Filial. We don't want you to die. You're our
Liar. You wouldn't be doing this if that were the case. So why? Why have you backed us into a corner?
We all... A single betrayal can cost dozens of us our lives. It's not like it's never happened before. That kind of thing is hard to forget. That's why the House of the Hearth cannot tolerate any form of betrayal. Ever since we came to
You've been spying on us for half a month? Wait a second. Now that I think about it, the move to Poisson was just a way to make it easier to spy on us, wasn't it? Because we were all in one place. You've had this planned all along.
Filial, Nantoy, I owe you both my life. I owe Clairvy too. If it weren't for all your help after I got poisoned, I wouldn't be standing here. If this were any other situation, I would do anything to repay that kindness, even if it cost me my life. But Rules are rules. I'm sorry.
Why?
That's enough, Filial. We made a mistake, and we should own up to it. We broke the rules, plain and simple. I'm sorry, Chaplot. Foltz, we...
Chaplot, according to the rules of the House of the Hearth, how should these traitors be punished?
All those who betray the house.
And so it shall be.
Father, please wait!
Something you want to say, Lynn?
Please reconsider, Father. What Filial and the others did. Does it really count as betrayal? We all come from broken families. From the very first day we joined the House of the Hearth, we wanted nothing more than to make it a real home. But the truth is, none of us know what a real home should look like. I'm not saying I have all the answers. All I know is this. Killing Filial and the others may uphold the rules, but doing so will only bring us further away from being a real family than we've ever been. So please, Father, please, reconsider.
I agree with Linny.
Father, please.
Linny, you...
I also agree with Linny.
An order, once given, cannot be However, given the extent of your determination, I suppose we shall have to go about this a different way. Draw your weapons, and face—
Our weapon?
Father, are you referring to a duel?
Precisely. The rules of the house will not be altered. Traitors must. However, resolving disputes with a duel is also one of our rules, one that also applies to me. Demonstrate a sufficient showing of strength, and—
Wait.
Impossible.
Did you hear that, Traveler? Lynn and the others have to duel the knave. What should we do? If they lose, those people from the house are really gonna be executed.
Don't you want to say a proper goodbye at least?
anger makes you impulsive.
Oh, looking at that expression on her face, she seems really serious about this. Guess that means there's no chance she's throwing the duel on purpose.
When guests are around, families are often on their best behavior.
When the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help.
What's wrong, Traveler? Hey, where are you going?
Traveler?
You're asking to join the duel against the knave?
I'll allow it. We do have a ready-made dueling ring at our disposal, after all. All I would advise is this. Keep a firm grasp on your weapon, and give it your all. Any less. Why the hesitation?
Now's our chance! Rising flames!
The hearth! Who's next? Spare your energy. Running is of little use.
Time to shine! You alright?
With these rising flames! Is it my turn now?
No touching!
Closer now.
For Rex Lapis! Tora, I'm up here!
Try to pace
my turn now.
Born of ice and frost.
Now's our chance. Spare your energy. Running is of little use.
Hold the line.
Have a taste of purgatory.
You all right?
How amusing.
Next on me.
Really have to draw my blade. With these rising flames. Now's our chance. Like a fly tangled in a web. Spare your energy. Running is a little. With these rising flames.
Let's move out. Rest, rebuild. You all right?
How amusing. With these rising flames.
Try to pace yourself.
How amusing.
Allow me. Hold the line.
Watch out for father's movements.
Look at you. Trapped like a bunch of helpless animals.
Time to switch tactics.
With these rising flames.
Hang in there. May I present?
How amusing.
Try to pace yourself.
With these rising flames. Is it my turn now?
Access denied.
The countdown has
Watch out for father's movements.
like a fly tangled in a web. With these rising flames.
Must press. Hang in there.
Here.
Time to
Spare
shine.
your energy. Running is of little use. Kindness has been seared away. My blade is all that remains.
Allow me.
Now's your chance.
Over here. You know, a little low on energy.
Let's see how strong you resolve truth.
Watch out for father's movements. Look out!
Relax and judgment.
I need to switch characters. I need to revive my characters.
Something's come up?
The campaign begins.
All right, let's.
Alright, we ain't lowering the frickin' level of this damn domain. We're gonna frickin' fight. Actually, instead of the Raiden, I'm gonna use Jean.
Ready for anything.
Let's do this. So 2 animals characters, Hydro as a healer, well 2 healers actually, realistically speaking. We got this. Going to fight the house. Oh nah, nah, Paimon. I passed by here with no. Paimon? Shut up.
Time to go.
Father, let me
Out of my way.
Father!
You chose to conceal a threat to the house. And for that. Overall, however.
By traitor?
Father, let me explain. We didn't.
Faults.
Yes, Father. Secret midnight meeting Nandoi clearly. Sato added. Filial was the worst of them all. I did not! It's not like we're birds.
You little. You just want me gone, don't you? What did I ever do to you, huh? And you, Sheplo, have you forgotten who's...
You're wrong, Filial. We don't want you to die.
Liar. You wouldn't be
We all live. A single betrayal can cost does. That's why the House of the Hearth can.
You've been spot.
Filial, I owe you both my life. If this were any other situation, I would do.
Why?
That's enough, Filial. We made a. I'm sorry, Sheplo. We.
Chapleau, According to the rules of the...
All those who betray the house.
And so it shall be.
Father, please wait!
Something you want to...
Please, we all come from broke, but the truth is, none of us know what a real home... I'm not saying I have... So please, Father.
I agree with Linny.
Father, please. Linny.
I also agree with Linny.
An order once... However, given the extent of...
Our weapons?
Father, are you referring to it?
Precisely. However, resolving disputes with a duel is also one of our rules, one that also applies to me. Demonstrate a sufficient showing of strength.
Impossible. Father is way too strong, even for Lenny. Did you hear that, Traveler? Lenny and the others have to duel the knave. If they lose those...
Don't you want to say a
Anger makes you impulsive.
Oh. Looking at that expression on her face, she seems really serious about this.
When guests are around, families are often on their best.
When the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help.
What's wrong, Traveler? Hey, where are you going?
Traveler?
You're asking to join the duel against the knave?
I'll allow it. We do have a ready-made dueling ring. All I would advise is this. Keep a firm grasp on your weapon, and give it your all. Any less. Closer now.
Wind strike.
How amazing.
Don't blink! Hey!
And voila!
Is it my turn now? With these rising flames!
Incoming! With sword comes shadow.
Father's even stronger than I expected.
Hey!
Now that's
One with
what I
wind
like.
and cloud.
Is it my turn now?
I swear by my sword.
With these rising flames!
Try to pace yourself.
Is it my turn now? Spare your energy.
Get to the
Running
chase.
Now's our chance.
Have a taste of herb. Closer now.
Change of plan. Hang in there.
Is it my turn now?
Don't blink. Permanent of the deep. Rest and rebuild.
Like a fly tangled in a web. Spare your energy. Running is of little use.
Try to pace yourself.
When these rising flames...
bunch of helpless ants.
A brash maneuver. Hey!
Is it my turn now?
Cut to the chase.
Try to pace yourself.
Hold the line.
One with wind and
The
cloud.
countdown has begun. Like a fly tangled in a web. With these rising flames.
I swear by my sword. Nowhere to hide. Hey! Speed of light.
My blade is all that remains.
Watch out for Father's movements! Look out! Scorn my knight!
Don't blink.
Now's our chance!
Over here. Cut to the chase.
Let's see how strong my resolve truly is.
New strategist.
Look out! Watch out for Father's movements!
The sun and moon have set. Only ruin remains. All hope has been extinguished.
Speed of light.
Now's our chance!
Over here. Wind, hear me. Go as planned.
Wind strike! Watch out for Father's movements! Look out!
With sword from shadow.
You should know better than to crowd in one place.
Oh, I know.
Now! I'm sorry, Father!
Sorry for what? This pitiful excuse for an attack.
Father, no!
Made it out, did you? You're stronger than I expected.
Crimson Moon. I can't move.
Still, not strong enough to beat me. I believe we can end things here. It's not often that we get to enjoy the company of guests, after all. We wouldn't want things to get too out of hand. Brother, are you... Lenny! Given that I am the victor of this duel, as agreed, the punishment stands.
No!
I never thought...
However, everyone involved in the duel demonstrated a remarkable level of strength and determination. In light of this, I'm prepared to change the... Elwar, the bottled flames I gave you for safekeeping. Do you...
Yes? I wasn't sure what they were for, but I've kept them
Wonderful. Then...
Bottled flames?
Indeed. They're the product of a secret experiment. Under certain special circumstances, flames, once ingested, searing pain will spread across every inch of your body. No harm will come to you physically, but your memories will be burned away, if you can withstand the pain. When you awake, you'll have forgotten everything you know about the House of the Hearth, and will be expelled from the organization. In other words, administering this concoction will kill the version of you that grew up in the house, and give... Memory is a mysterious thing indeed.
So, you're just letting us go, Father?
You misunderstand. Memories are extremely important. Once consumed by flame, the version of you standing before me will die, and our secrets will die with you. So no, I don't intend to just let you go, because the person who survives will be nothing but a stranger.
Even so. I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry I let you down. But I really...
Don't cry. You haven't left the house yet, so there are still rules to be followed, yes? Remember what I taught you. Anger makes you impulsive, sorrow causes you to waver. Don't.
Of course.
Dry your tears, and go pursue the life you really want.
Yes, Father.
Chaplot, Foltz, Elwar, take them back to Poisson. And bring Linny and the others as well. I prepared 3 extra vials of bottled flames. As for whether to take them, the choice is yours. Goodbye, children. The next time we meet, I will no longer be your father. Thank you for all you've done for the house. I hope you have bright futures.
Father.
Let's go.
Here, grab my arm, Lenny. I'll help.
Thank you.
Clairvy.
Can we talk now? You really are Perry, aren't you? I haven't seen you in so long. How come you're all grown up? Wait, did I somehow travel to the future on accident? Or am I dreaming? What a long dream.
Neither. You died, Clairvy. That's what happened.
You could have at least sugarcoated it a little. Look, she's done speechless. Oh. Okay then. Huh? That's it? Yep. If that's what Perry says happened, then I believe her. Perry wouldn't lie to me. Plus, I don't really need to know why I'm like this. I'm more curious about what happens in the future. If you're a harbinger now, Perry, that means Mother is gone, isn't she? Can you tell me about it? I want to know what happened to her. And to me.
You never stopped trying to defy fate. At first, no one believed you. You could only vent your frustrations to the moon. In fact, you often sought comfort in the night sky. You wanted to see the aurora, so one night we promised each other we would go to Snezhnaya. Later on, you tried to run away, but you were brought back each time. Mother spared your life, but it wasn't out of kindness. Instead, she decided to make an example of you by slowly torturing you over time. That way, the other children would know what happens to traitors. Still, you never gave up. Mother hoped that through ruthless duel after ruthless duel, she would be able to crown an ultimate victor among the children she raised. But you called on everyone to unite, to fight to a draw in order to reduce casualties. Your efforts may have only delayed the inevitable, but still. You tried everything you could think of, but every attempt ended in failure. Still, you never turned your sword on Crucibina, and you never turned it on me. On that gloomy day, you told, for the last 16 years of my life, I've done everything I can to fight for freedom. But now, I realize that the only freedom I truly possess is the freedom to choose to die.
I never imagined I would say something like that. I must have been feeling really worn down, but somehow, I still think I understand. According to Mother's plan, only one of us was going to make it until the end. And I always hoped that person would be you. If I could do it all over again, I still don't think I would make a different choice. Even when I first met you, I knew you'd be able to do what I couldn't.
Is that so? Even now, I'm not sure I truly understand what kind of freedom you were trying to pursue. But as the head of the House of the Hearth, and as the children's father, I've sick of freedoms. The freedom to choose their own fate. It's something I discussed with the Eudex of Fontaine. The children who want to leave the house will have their memories wiped clean of all secrets pertaining to the organization. In return, they will be allowed to live a normal life in Fontaine without being prosecuted for their past. Of course, I won't simply hand freedom to them on a silver platter. They have to fight for it and prove themselves worthy of it. Only freedom that is earned has true value.
That's more than enough. That's exactly the kind of life I was fighting for. You know, Perry, I think you're a pretty amazing king. And a really great father. I'm really happy that you're the one who took over the house. I guess I do have one regret, though. I still haven't seen the outside world.
Well, it just so happens that our dear guests over here have been to many nations and traveled to countless places. Perhaps they...
Really? Of course! We've traveled all over the place. We've got so many stories, we could probably talk your ears off for 3 days straight. You know, I used playing the lute. That's where Mora comes from. If I had some, it's just too bad Perry doesn't like wearing dresses. And Mother, she probably wouldn't accept something like that either. I guess those yokai you mentioned. I once saw a drawing of this one guy with horns on his head and a super scary face. Oh, sounds like you're talking about an oni. I was always too afraid, but at the academia, I bet you could do all sorts of secret things in class. Things that I've... I'm just kidding. Being able to study whatever... The situation was super dangerous. Lenny and Lynette were accused... Oh no! Don't worry. We were able to turn the situation around super quick. How'd you do that? Come on, tell me. Okay.
Shadows don't have the capacity to learn or grow. Any new information they encounter is... Clairvy, you've worked tirelessly from the shadows to overthrow the House of the Hearth. Now, by my authority as the Knave, I shall announce how this matter ends. You are hereby expelled from the House of the Hearth. You are no longer tied to this place, nor are you bound by its rules.
You're saying that I can finally leave? I get to experience the outside world as well? Oh, I almost forgot. There's no getting older for me. Still, seeing who you grew up to be makes me really happy, Parallare. Take care of yourself. Goodbye.
May we meet again someday.
Clairvy. She left so soon. Paimon did...
I also have certain sentiments left unsaid. I wanted to tell her that the aurora I saw in Snezhnaya was just as beautiful as the ones in the pictures. But a shadow's memories reset at dawn. Had we delayed any longer, we wouldn't have had the time to say goodbye. Whatever regrets may linger, let them be lost to...
Father?
It's Linny! Hey, Linny! What is he doing back here? Let's go check...
Father, the bottled flames have been administered. Filial and the others have left the house.
And you? What have you...
Thank you for giving us that choice, Father. But we never wanted to leave the house. Lynette and Fremine feel the same way. They're recuperating back at the Hotel Bouffe d'été. But I decided to come back and tell you where we stood.
I'm sure you're well aware of the expectations I have for you. I want you to follow in my footsteps and become the next king of the house. Yet you seem to have different ideas, I must admit. I'm rather surprised by your decision to stay. There's nothing wrong with choosing to live a quiet life. Leading this organization is a heavy responsibility, one not so easily carried by someone forced onto the throne.
I just never understood what you saw in me. What made you believe I was deserving of that throne?
You're brave, talented, and, most importantly, you cherish your family. You would do anything to protect them.
Speaking up back there was so brave of you, Linny.
You're a hero, Linny.
Hero? Father is the real hero. Had Father gone all out during the duel, there's no way I would have walked away with my life. She must have had it all planned from the beginning. I'm not deserving of that title.
You're wrong. In my opinion, all you need to be deserving of the throne is conviction and the necessary strength to act on. We may have different ideas of what it means to be a family, but you can hardly be said to lack conviction. What you truly lack is strength. For someone of your talent, though, that's something that will come with time. Even without that strength, you still chose to face me in a duel, even though the odds were stacked against you. That capacity to honor your father. No one knows what the future holds, what tragedy or triumph may be in store. Being at the head of this organization requires the strength of will to face. If reaching a certain standard were required, strength may decide the ultimate victor, but those who let a lack of strength dictate their decisions or undermine their convictions will never be.
I understand,
Children must grow up. The road ahead is not an easy.
You've done so much for me, Father. And that kind protecting my family.
Then you're welcome to stay. Having members who longed for the light was our organization's last weakness. With those members no longer among our ranks, the House of the Hearth is like at present. Our imperative is to use their plan to our advantage. In doing so, a crimson moon shall rise amid the frigid blizzards of winter. No demonstration of loyalty shall go as for the two of you, no matter how arduous the journey ahead.
Didn't Linny say that Lynette and Fremine were recovering? By the way, we really are just going to talk, right?
Of course. I wouldn't do anything to one of my business partners, especially when a reasonable conversation should suffice.
Lynette? Fremine? How are you feeling?
Much better. What about you? Are you...
I knew you'd come. Oh, Linny and the other members have left.
I see.
I'm glad. Father...
Wait, what?
Crucibina... When a couple of months...
Father took in Lenny and me a couple months after that, but she never mentioned anything about Crucibina or Clairvy.
It really seemed... The last time you talked to her, did she mention why she kept...
She said she didn't want us to be affected by the darkness of the past. She was worried we'd develop a false sense of gratitude towards her if we knew about it. The foundation of a family should be free of any corrupting influence. Whatever happened in the past, it has nothing to do with who we are now. And that's what Father told us in the end.
But I still thanked her for everything. It was only after hearing about what Crucibina did that I finally realized how insignificant our lives could have been. The members of the house meant nothing to her. To say that she valued them in any way, even just as a tool, would probably be giving her too much. If Father hadn't taken over the House of the Hearth, I probably would have already...
Father rarely brings up the fact that she saved us. She doesn't believe that being indebted to her should be what ties us together. But Even we may have arguments.
Whether the path. So I wanted to.
Oh, we didn't do anything.
Of course.
I actually saw that they didn't recognize me. From what I could tell, they were drinking coffee and talking about one of the operas that started running recently. They seemed happy.
Who is it?
Venger, we've worked together.
Straightforward as always, I see. You know, there are certain conventions people usually follow if they want to seek someone's.
And when has... I don't like to waste my time on baseless lies and speculation. Maybe that's something you should
You're right.
So...
No.
Well then, there you go. Those sort of headlines become...
Someone paid off the tabloids to publish the... It seems you're right.
What sort?
Yesterday?
Here. I've got a copy. See for yourselves.
Behind the scenes, the true Chioria boutique takes shape. Not relying on it.
I don't know what happened, and I don't want to comment on things that I didn't see with my own eyes. Still, that photo shows you to be the clear aggressor.
Yeah, he was the...
I appreciate you standing up for me, Paimon.
That's right. The court of public...
But that was so long...
In the world of fashion, they claim that most of your...
The absurdity. I don't even know which part to laugh at the most.
Well, maybe your clientele, but with the way this...
Venger...
But I'm no longer... I'd be perfectly happy. Let me offer you a piece of advice, Chiori.
You're free to wait things out, Venger. I'll make my own choices. Have you ever thought maybe this attitude of mine is precisely what paved the way for my success?
Fair enough.
Understood.
So,
Without the accessory, public opinion has...
Well, guess all we can do is just head back for now.
Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte, what are you doing here?
Looking for you, of course. Did you see those fashion tabloids this morning?
You mean that sorry excuse for an article? Oh, just thinking about it makes Paimon's blood boil.
You too, huh? Whoever wrote that article must have known the Steambird would never print something so defamatory. Unfortunately, not all papers in Fontaine share our same sense of journalistic integrity. Miss Chiori doesn't deserve to suffer all this baseless slander. I was just about to find some people to interview so that I can write an article to refute all those claims. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's people who misrepresent and distort the facts.
That's great! With your help, we might be able to get some people back on our side!
It's my pleasure. I've met Miss Chiori several times. I know she's not the kind of person that article makes her out to be. She was the one who made the hat and tie for my camera, Monsieur Verite. Speaking of Miss Chiori, do you know where she went? Alof told me you were all together.
She was just here. Maybe she went over there? Let's go check!
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there. I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it. In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Okay.
If you ask me, I think Chioriya Boutique is done for.
I mean, what did they expect? Engaging with criminals behind their customers' backs.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing. They kept up a solid front, though. I've even bought from them before.
Really? How was it?
The owner was plenty fierce, that's for sure. Makes sense if she regularly deals with criminals, I guess. I've got the chills just thinking about it.
Oh no, we've lost it. Did you hear what all those people...
Miss Chiori doesn't often appear in public or give a lot of interviews, so the general public hasn't had a chance to really get to know her. It's also true that her way of dealing with things can be a little extreme sometimes.
Oh, this is all Utira's fault! Paimon would pick him up and throw him across the room too if she could! Wait a second. You don't think Chiori might have gone looking for him, do you? You know, so she can, finish what she started?
That would only make the situation worse for her. I'm sure Miss Chiori knows that too.
You've got a point. Let's just return to the boutique and see if she's there then. I laugh, we're back! Oh, who's this?
Ah, this is Miss Letitia. She's also here to see Miss Chiori.
Oh, you were the one who came to collect the wedding dress yesterday, right? Wait, please don't say...
Oh, no, not at all. I'm just here to thank her. In fact, if there's anything I can do to help her out, I'd be more than willing.
Ah, so you've come across that article as well.
Yeah, you probably don't know this. But after I got engaged, I didn't think I'd be able to wear a Chioria dress on my wedding day.
Why?
My fiancé owns a small business. It doesn't bring in a lot of mora, but we get by. After he proposed, he took me to Chioria Boutique, and we put down a custom order for a dress. He probably noticed how often I talked about Miss Chiori's clothes, and how pretty they were. Being able to wear one of her dresses to my wedding has always been my dream.
And then?
And then, something happened to the business, and we ran into major mora problems. We were able to scrounge up enough to pay off our debts, but it left us without the funds to pay for the dress.
But didn't Chiori say she was able to make the dress from what was left of the original deposit?
Yes. When I came to cancel the order, she asked if something happened, and I told her everything. She heard me out, and then told me not to worry. She assured me that the deposit I paid would be enough for the dress, and that she'd be able to finish making it in time as well. She promised that I'd be able to wear a Chihoria dress on my wedding day.
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? I've always known Miss Chiori to be a woman of her word.
It is good. It's just, after I went home yesterday, I couldn't help but take out the dress and try it on. My fiancé happened to walk into the room, and when he saw me, he froze on the spot.
Ah, what a shame. He's not supposed to see it until the wedding day.
Well, see, that wasn't actually the issue. He's seen a lot of wedding dresses in his time doing business. So as soon as he saw it, he knew for sure that it must have cost far more than what we paid.
Huh? So wait, that means...
Yeah. Miss Chihori covered all the costs and held nothing back. The fabric, accessories, beading, construction. It was all of the highest quality.
Oh. Miss Letitia, I'd really like to use your story for a piece I'm writing about the boutique. Would you mind going on the record?
Huh? Well, if it would help Miss Chihori out, I wouldn't mind at all.
I think it'd go a long way. Your real experience is more powerful than all those lies combined.
Hey, Olaf! Has Chiori come back here since we left?
Huh? I thought you were all together.
Well, we were. If she didn't come back here, then do you know of any other places she could have gone?
Oh, I remember now. There's this one cliff by the sea. Miss Chiori would always go there whenever she was upset.
In that case, why don't we split up? I'll continue interviewing Miss Letitia, and you two can go look for Miss Chiori.
All right, sounds good. Let's go.
Did you read the paper today?
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
So hard to pick the perfect gift.
Did you read the paper today?
There you are, Chiori!
Huh? How did you know where Eilaf told you,
She did. We were just looking for you at the shop and Letitia was there. She wanted to thank you for the dress. So, you see? You don't have to be sad.
I'm not upset. I just wanted to Want to sit here with me? The view's quite stunning. Sorry about that. I'm the only one here most of the time.
All right, don't mind if we do.
Well, how does it feel?
This place is pretty great.
Right? It's quiet and open, and far from the relentless critique from fashion commentators and the media. It's just you and the beautiful scenery.
Yeah, it's important to take yourself out of that kind of stressful environment every once in a while.
I didn't grow up in a very strict family. My parents would joke that I grew up to be so assertive because they spoiled. I would get together with the other children to climb trees and explore caves. One time, I even climbed over the walls of the Kamisato estate. One of the servants had to physically remove me.
Whoa, Paimon would have never imagined.
But even as rambunctious as I was, when it came to needlework, I was as quiet and focused as could be. It was as if I discovered a whole new world within those vibrant, dazzling fabrics. My parents noticed, and they sent me to study under a famous Inazuman tailor. It wasn't long before I had driven away pretty much every master tailor on the archipelago. You could say I really tried their patience.
You were that misbehaved?
I wasn't misbehaved, exactly. I just often had strange ideas when it came to fashion. Ones that weren't in line with traditional ways of doing things. On top of that, I hated the idea of groveling and making outfits for every arrogant big shot expecting me to be at their beck and call. Anyway, a few incidents later, I soon found myself without a master. Worse, not one shop was willing to hire me. Not even to do grunt work.
No wonder you left Inazu.
I was angry and frustrated. So, before I left, I swore to all those masters that my brand would one day become renowned all over Teyvat.
Well, that's a great dream to...
After that, I came all the way to the court of Fontaine, a city often referred to as the capital of arts and fashion. I had a lot of fun starting out. Sure, I was living in a small cramped room, but I was finally free to make... I had a far more naive view of fashion back then. As long as something was pretty, it would become popular, right? A simple concept, surely. Of course, as I spent more and more time in the industry, I learned nothing was ever that simple. Least of all, fashion. Oh, yeah. She did mention that dream. I'll be honest with who would have thought. Even... Alright, that's enough sightseeing for one day.
Ooh, looks like you've...
Back? It was never gone to begin with.
Paimon thinks we should look for evidence that Charlotte's already working...
I don't like duking it out in the... I know where Uter's...
Sounds good! Well, as for fashion...
Huh? When...
but you're...
Well, it's true that I haven't quite figured out what... To tell you the truth, even here and thinking about all that...
What?
The sea. Come.
Chiori! Chiori, why did you just jump into the sea all of a sudden?
Paimon, what do you think is the most beautiful thing in the sea?
A Lumitoile? Or a pearl, maybe? Oh, coral's pretty too. Ah, Paimon gets it now! You want to use things like that as the accessories for your designs!
Well, now that you hit the nail on the head, help me grab some, would you?
Leave it to us! These should be enough, right? Chiori will... Great!
Yes, but don't forget... Okay, we've got the materials for the accessories. Next...
You mean we have to start from...
I should...
Oh no! Skipping out on sleep is not... Well, anyway... What else can we have?
I suppose all there...
You got it!
You heard me. When I went to that first fashion week, I had to make something work. If it worked back then...
But you...
I know. No need to be nervous. I won't hold it. Of course. If anyone did... Just this once, though. I think I can make an exception. Go ahead and tear them up. Think of it as a good way to vent your emotions. Good job. That should do it.
Chiori, are you alright? Sorry for taking so long. I got caught up and... Whoa, who did this? Those monsters. Slandering you in the papers wasn't enough for them, was it? They even give me their names. Since they're all too eager to tear up other people's clothes, I think it's about time the Spina di Rosula return the
Maybe you should calm down a bit first, cause you see,
Oof, what is this, a soap opera? I was the one who asked the traveler to tear up the outfits. We need all the fabric and accessories we can get.
Oh, so that's what happened.
Navia sure is scary when she's...
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a false...
You and Chiori?
Of course! Everyone knows that Chiori makes the most gorgeous outfits in town. All of the Spina di Rosula's formal wear is custom tailored here.
Now, if only you'd give me the contract for your uniforms as well.
As if you'd enjoy designing something as boring and formulaic as a uniform. That's why I didn't ask you in the first place, silly.
Alrighty, stream, I'm back.
Plus, with how much your intelligence...
If I had it my way, it would be the other way around.
Anyway, we both know...
If it's not too much trouble, can I borrow some skilled hands?
Oh, no problem. I've got a few... When are you going to get started?
Actually...
Ask away.
Oh, and Traveler and Paimon?
I'm done with my interview. Has Miss Chiori made it back yet? Oh! What happened to the boutique? Who did this? Give me names. I'll make sure every last one...
Not this again.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer. There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it. Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
So hard to pick the perfect gift. So hard to pick the perfect gift. So hard to pick the perfect gift. So hard to pick the perfect gift.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
So hard to pick the perfect gift. So hard to pick the perfect gift.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
So hard to pick the perfect gift.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer. There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer. Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade. It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
moment later and you'd...
We read the article in the papers. She helped design a number of our costumes in the past and even sponsored one of our performances. The time has come, it seems, for us to return the favor.
Oh, perfect! She was the one who said that!
In that case,
Okay, so it's like...
Is that all we'll need to do?
Should be a piece of cake for the two of us.
Well then, guess it's about time we go and find... Chiori said we shouldn't disturb her over...
But the show's in another...
Well, according to...
A two-pronged approach?
Courtesy first,
Understood. Then...
Alright, okay, then... Oh, Paimon...
Follow the wind.
Time to go. Time to go. There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it. Time to go. Time to go.
Oh, you're here.
Chiori! How are the new outfits coming along? You look kinda tired.
Just a few steps left now. I've handed the rest.
Wow, that's cutting it real close.
Don't worry. I have no
Okay, Paimon totally gets that this is all his fault.
His factory is usually open. We're just curious
Well, when you...
Anyway, Uter's factory is right over there.
What?
We have different marketing strategies. What?
Alright.
You make a good point.
We're in. There really is nobody here.
Welcome, dear visitors.
Oh, Paimon nearly fell out of the air. What is that thing?
A mechanical guide. They usually use a recorded tape to give you a tour of the factory.
Please, follow me, dear guests. First stop on our tour is a look at the gradual evolution of our clothing brand. After that, we welcome you to peruse our most popular styles.
Huh. Uter seems to be doing pretty well for himself, doesn't he? Why would he feel the need to bother you when he could just focus on improving his own brand?
This is the studio where our designs are made. These are the fitting rooms. Please use them at your leisure.
Huh? There seems to be something in this why did the door just close?
Hold on tight, Paimon.
Why is it...
It seems to have stopped. we're someplace deeper inside the factory.
Look out! There are guards here!
Wind strategy.
Allow me!
Nowhere to hide.
Got him! As one with wind and cloud.
You picked the wrong fight.
This place is filthy! Are the clothes from Uther's shop seriously?
Look over there.
Ooh, that water looks super nasty! Oh, Paimon can smell...
And I was the one using unsafe materials, Uther?
So he was actually the one who opened an underground factory.
No wonder his clothes always felt weird to the touch. He's been using all manner of tricks here in a bid to cut costs.
Should the clothes made here even be worn?
Never mind issues with shrinking and fading. These materials can give you skin problems if you wear them too often.
That's This way he won't be able to try and deny anything in court. All right, let's... Doesn't look like there's a path here.
Follow me. Let's go up.
seems like some kind of warehouse. Ugh, and it stinks too. Huh? What's going on? Our way in's been blocked.
Seems like he knew we'd be.
You did say he knew you really well, didn't you?
Yes. And that's because. When I first came to Fontaine, we were both fledgling designers who longed to gain a foothold in the world of fashion. We shared the same goal. So we decided in the beginning, we both wanted to make clothes that would stand out from the crowd and shatter, but with every. Finally, right before Fashion Week, he came to the conclusion that we wouldn't be able to make the design. For my part,
You received the acclaim.
I don't know the.
He's just jealous of what you've accomplished. A guy like that doesn't deserve your sympathy.
Well, let's focus on getting out of here first. Missing the show is as good as letting him win.
There are some control panels over there. Let's see if any of those buttons do anything. Oh, that doesn't seem to have done anything. That didn't do anything.
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
Grab this color. Get her!
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
Let's go.
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
Wind Strider!
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
First call! Wind Strider!
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
Look over there. Seems like there's a way out. Maybe we can use.
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
We finally made it out. Why does it feel like the movement patterns of those mechs have changed?
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders initiating shutdown procedure. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders initiating shutdown procedure.
that stinky place! Let's take this evidence and get out of here! Finally, the entrance! At last!
Oh, those chambers couldn't hold you, I see. What a surprise.
We've collected a bunch of evidence on all the nasty stuff happening at your factory. You're not getting away this time, Uter.
The evidence on your person, you mean? What makes you think I have any intention of letting it get past these walls?
More mechanical guards? Really? Ever thought about using these funds for a legitimate purpose?
Oh, but this is a legitimate purpose.
What? Destroying Chioria Boutique? Or continuing to make your rotten rags?
Proving that fashion is merely a laughable farce. A carnival of ignorance!
You know what your problem is, Uter? You've become so obsessed with the concept of fashion itself that you let it paralyze you. Stop trying to cater to it. Focus on your own work, and you get to decide what fashion means.
Spare me the lecture, why don't you? Sooner or later, you'll cater to all the voices too, you know. After all, what is fashion but another form of public opinion?
Fashion is about aspiring towards a certain ideal. But it's up to you to decide what it is. My brand caters to no one but myself and my vision. That's my ideal, and it's not going to change.
Well, once the people witness their former darling's spectacular fall, they'll understand how laughable that ideal truly is.
That's what you've been trying to prove all this time? Your jaded understanding of the industry is the reason you've had it out for my brand for so long? You weren't like this before, Uter. What happened to the man who wanted to make something that would bring the entire world to its knees?
He realized long ago how utterly naive and ridiculous that dream was.
You gave up on your dream, but that wasn't enough, was it? You had to find a way to prove to yourself that it could never have been possible at all. You think you understand, but you're just a bitter man who let his regrets dictate his choices. You regret giving up on your dream. So you stopped at nothing to prove to yourself that it wasn't the wrong choice. This whole thing, Uter. It's pathetic.
Pathetic? Why don't you take a look in the mirror? You're a fool daydreaming about taking all of Teyvat by storm. Well, good luck doing that when even Fontaine doesn't have a place for you anymore.
You're right. Maybe all those who pursue their dreams are fools. But more pitiful still are cowards who are too afraid to even attempt what the fool is brave enough to try.
You...
Yeah, just leave this guy...
No.
But he has a gun!
It'll be fine. Just go to the venue and tell everyone to proceed with the plan. I'll deal with him.
Catch up with us soon!
Trying to leave, are we?
I've held back all this time because of our past partnership, Uter. But all that changed after our tour of your factory.
Still trying to talk tough, I see.
No matter what you've been through, no matter why you've become like this. If I may borrow the words of a friend, a guy like you doesn't deserve my sympathy. Allow me to show you the true meaning of the Chioria brand. The Chioria brand represents more than a person or a trademark. It's a way of life.
Greetings, friends at Fontaine Fashion Week. Please feast your eyes on the extravaganza that Chioria Boutique has prepared for you today.
Brilliant, dazzling, and wholly unique. And most importantly,
An enduring, never-say-die spirit. That's the true meaning of the Chioria brand. And now, let's welcome the thundering seamstress, Miss Chiori herself!
Did Chiori not...
Lights! Cameras! Over here, please!
Let the show begin!
the world may change, fashion along with it, but Chioria will remain the same. No challenge is too great. Chioria caters to no one. Not even the times. Rather, Chioria will always lead the fashion of our time. Finally, let's not forget. Only those who do not give up on their dreams are worthy of this brand. Well then, I suppose all that's left to say is, Happy Fashion Week, fellow dreamers.
How about this?
A little more to the left.
Like this?
Perfect.
Phew. Oh, that looks great! Miss Chiori, can I take a picture?
Of course.
I didn't know you'd make a brand new signboard.
I made it before Fashion Week. I figured it'd be best to put it up after the success of the show.
Well, how can you become renowned through all of Tevat without a fancy signboard of your own? The Spina's way ahead of you in that regard.
Now that you mention it, perhaps our magic troupe could use one of those.
Our signatures are the Grinmalkin cat and the Bogglecat box. Oh, and we need to add Pear as well.
Pear would need an alias, of course. How about... the Hangry Bird.
So, does that mean your signboard is going to be 2 cats and a penguin stuffed into a single hat?
Ooh, that sounds super snuggly and warm.
And a bit cramped.
Miss Chiori, I'm done taking pictures. You can expect the article in tomorrow's Steambird, along with the evidence the Traveler gathered.
Thank you, Charlotte.
It's my pleasure. Bringing the truth to light is a journalist's duty.
Going forward, feel free to custom order any accessories you need for Monsieur Verite. It's on the house.
Huh? You really mean it?
Of course. The same goes for you too, Linny and Lynette. If you have need of any costumes in the future, just drop me a note.
What about something other than a costume?
Thank you, Chiori. It's much appreciated.
Well, I don't really need anything. Just don't be a stranger, all right? I don't need anything either. So long as you continue to request my international courier services from Komania Express, we're golden. Actually, that reminds me. When will you be leaving, Kirara? Huh? About that. The Spina di Rosula has prepared a special vehicle for you, so you can just get in and we'll push it all the way out of Fontaine. What? No, that's so embarrassing.
Ooh, do we get something nice too, Chiori?
Of course. Just hold on a second.
Disrupting public order at the show, appropriating venue lighting equipment without authorization, using weaponry in public, hosting a dangerous performance without notifying the authorities.
Shivers, we can explain!
If you come across anyone who matches those descriptions, please report them to the Special Patrol at your earliest convenience.
Enjoyed that, didn't you? Ugh, you nearly scared me half to death.
Says the one who pulled that stunt earlier. How about you do me a favor and tell me in advance next time you're planning something like that?
And if I had, would you have approved?
No, but it would have at least spared me a whole lot of anxiety.
Well, I would say I more than made it up to you, have I not? A whole underground workshop in the Fleuve Cendra, and the man responsible all tied up and handed to you on a silver platter. Sounds pretty thoughtful if you ask me.
All right, I won't argue with you. You can have this one.
Well, friends, I would say we've earned ourselves a nice meal for our efforts. Let's go. Spina's treat.
I'll have to take a rain check. I've still got a lot of paperwork to take care of, so you all go have fun. Oh, by the way, Chiori, I ran into Vanger on the way here. He had a message for you.
I don't need to hear it. I'm sure the old fool used pretty much every apology in the book. I'll just visit him some other day and give him a hard time about everything.
You know him well.
Thanks again, Shelvrus.
My pleasure. Oh, and one last thing. That was really quite an amazing show.
You don't say.
All right. Follow me if you want in on the celebration feast. Come on, we're leaving.
Traveler, Paimon, could you go wait for me at that place with the view? I'll let Navia know that we'll be a little late. There's something I'd like to give you.
A place with a view? Oh, Paimon knows where you mean. Sure, no problem.
Perfect. I'll be right there. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, we didn't wait long at all. But what did you...
Here, take this.
Oh, wow! A brooch! And in the style of Chioria Boutique, too! Wait, Paimon gets one as well?
I've only made 2 for now. After much consideration, I decided to give them to you two. You've been a great help. There were even times when I felt like I had to fight back and win. Even if it was just—
Well, we may have—
I know for certain that I've chased my dream for so long that I've come to understand. Apart from— a single person can only do so much. Without all your help, Chioria Boutique could have easily fallen to ruin.
Well, Paimon doesn't—
Perhaps my words were— I'm confident in the quality of my work.
Well, guess there's— Should we go—
Oh, yes, of course. You know, of all the nights I've spent in Fontaine,
Quite a downfall. Nothing will get done.
Let this be a lesson to those who yesterday's. But I'll do it tomorrow.
Wait, I gotcha. I'm sorry, that sucks.
her work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
An antique's value is in the
Speed of light! Don't blink! Hey! You give, you receive. With sword comes shadow. Speed of light! Uphill battle! Torrent, bring refuge!
Wind Strider!
Barbados, guide us. Incoming!
Time to go.
Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
Add Astro.
Time to go.
Hold the line! Nowhere to hide. Speed of light. Hey!
Wait, hear me.
With swords from shadow.
Birds call.
Incoming. Nowhere to hide. Hey!
Wind strike.
Speed of light. To the
pleasant surprise. Things are going a little too smoothly today.
Must solve these structural issues post-haste.
I hope the others find some. I hope the others find some.
Incoming! In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
moment to compose.
Let's investigate.
Don't blink!
Quit following me. Behold! Squall Fury! Behold! Squall Fury! Quit following me. Behold! shenanigan cloud! Into the wind!
Brings a smile to my face.
One with nature.
They could attack at any time. Do not be complacent, citizens. They could attack at any time.
Time to go.
fateful offering.
Into the wind. Wretched vermin. Swarm fury. Behold! Search for it!
Nowhere to hide.
The wind knows me.
Wind, hear me.
Swarm fury. Quit following me. The wind rises. Too slow. take it and have fun. Quit following me. Too slow. Too slow. Clouds high, the birds call. Behold!
Speed of light. Let's fly. Don't blink. With sword comes shadow. Incoming. Hey!
Cry louder! The wind rises.
Nowhere to hide. Barely a scratch. Barbados, guide us.
One with wind and cloud. Wind strike. Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering? Time to go.
Don't blink. With sword comes shadow.
Behold! It's fine.
Incoming.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night! Squall of fury.
Nowhere to hide.
Wedge it, vermin!
Don't blink.
I swear by my sword.
Cut to the chase. Barbados, guide us.
Don't blink! Hey!
Wind strike. One with wind and cloud.
With sword comes shadow. Speed of light! Hey! Cut to the chase! Don't blink!
Wind strike. Clouds high. The birds call.
Incoming! With sword comes shadow.
Wind, hear me.
One with wind and cloud. Wind strike.
Cut to the chase! Don't blink!
Wind strike. Fallen leaves, adorn my night. Into the wind. Time to go.
Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
Time to go.
Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
One with nature.
Nowhere to hide.
Barbados! Guide us!
Barely.
The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds call. Wind strike. Tick. Ah.
Incoming. Cut to the chase. Don't blink.
One with nature. Fallen leaves, adorn my night! The wind knows me.
I swear by my sword. Nowhere to hide.
Clouds high. The birds call. Wind strike. Time to go. Time to go. That hurts.
Time to go. Into the wind.
As per our contract. Access denied. Next on the agenda. Incoming.
Time to go.
brings a smile to my face. Time to go.
with nature. Fallen leaves, adorn me!
Wait, hear me.
Cut to the chase. Don't blink. Access denied.
Wind strike.
All hail.
Brings a smile to my face.
The wind knows me. Into the wind. Time to go. One with nature. As one with wind and cloud.
Speed of light. Hey! No touch.
I swear by my sword.
Don't blink. With sword comes shadow.
Clouds high. The birds call. Wind strike.
Access denied. Speed of light.
You give, you receive. You give, you receive.
What's up?
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
I'll be back, guys. Yes, buddy. I don't know if you're still there.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there. Incoming! Cut to the chase! This is long overdue.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
We're waiting. Don't blink.
Wind, hear me.
Speed of light. Hey! You give, you receive.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned. Nowhere to hide. No touching. Next on the agenda. Incoming.
Clouds high. The birds call. Into the wind.
Access denied. All hail. Barely a scratch.
The wind knows me. Oh, it's fine. One with nature. Fallen leaves adorn my night.
With sword comes shadow. Speed of light. Hey! Barbados, guide us. Don't blink. Born of ice and frost. Cut to the chase.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Speed of light. Hey! Nowhere to hide. Blaze over.
Wind strike.
Wind, hear me. Barely a scratch. No touching. Got lucky that time.
As one with wind and cloud. That hurts.
Come on, focus. Incoming. Cut to the chase.
A fateful offering.
Into the wind.
a smile to my face. Brings a smile to my face.
Time to go.
is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Time to go. One with nature.
A fateful offering. Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my... This blade. It is the last link I have to the land of my birth. brings a smile to my face. A fateful offering.
Access denied. Incoming.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night! One with nature.
With sword from shadow. Hit. Speed of light. Wind, hear me. Blaze over.
Wind strike. As one with wind and cloud.
Fateful offering.
Time to go.
Right idea. Wrong time.
Into the wind.
No touching.
Brings a smile to my face.
Born of icy.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
I swear by my sword.
Wind strike. Time to go. Clouds high. The birds call. follow the wind. Time to go. nature.
I swear by my sword. All hail. Don't blink.
Wind strike. As one with wind and cloud. That hurts.
Cut to the chase. Speed of light. Hey! Access denied.
It's fine.
Born of ice and
Clouds high. The birds call.
nowhere to hide. Incoming. For Rex Lapis. Barbados, guide us. Cut to the chase.
As one with wind and cloud. Wind strike.
No touching. With sword comes shadow. Blaze over. I swear by my sword.
Clouds high. The birds call. Wind strike.
Nowhere to hide.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Born of ice and frost. Come on.
What?
Don't blink.
Barbados, guide us.
Ew.
Onwards. We have work to do.
time to move on. We shouldn't stay here. I hope the others find some.